Alrighty. Hey, everyone. Let us know if you can hear
Hi.
us in the chat. Thanks for joining tonight. I'm super
Woo.
excited to be doing live reading spins with Hannah for the first time on my
Yay.
channel.
Woo.
So Hannah is one of my booktube besties, one of the OGs, one of my favorite people on the internet. So Hannah, do you want to
Aw.
introduce yourself to everyone on the channel?
Hello, my name's Hannah. I have a channel, Hannah's Recent Reads, if you didn't know. And yeah, Ashley and I met Summerween 2020, right? Well,
Yeah,
like not met,
first
but
year in the
like
pandemic.
started talking to each other. And yeah, she's like my booktube bestie. And I'm just really excited. I'm really excited for our 24-hour readathon. It's going to be so much fun.
Yes, me too. I hope we get so much reading done. I was telling Hannah before we jumped on, I have a million books beside of me. I have no idea what I'm planning on reading, but I guess I didn't say that. We're doing a 24-hour readathon
Oh,
if
yeah.
we haven't made that clear. But we're starting tonight, so we go 8 to 8. So it has officially begun. Feel free to join us. Read for the next 24 hours if you want. Hey, Lauren. Thanks for
Hi,
joining.
Lauren.
But as you're joining, let us know if you're reading with us tonight, what you're going to be reading. Hannah has a book picked out, so I'll let her start and let us know
Yeah.
what she is reading.
So I'm going to be picking up These Violent Delights by Chloe Gong. I originally didn't have any interest in reading this because I'm not a huge Romeo and Juliet fan, except for like the line that These Violent Delights is in, like, you know the quote. But I saw Brittany the Bibliophile really liked this one, and we have pretty similar fantasy reading tastes. And since I'm in such a fantasy mood, I figured I'd give it a shot. If I don't like it, I'm like, that's fine. But I figured I'd give it a shot. So that's what I'll be starting with.
It's a big book. Are you planning on
It's
doing that and more reading, or do you think that'll be your whole readathon?
I don't know. It depends. It depends. It's nearly 440 pages. So I would really, really like to finish it and read something else, but I'm not going to like pressure myself. I'm just going to go with the flow. We're going to see how it goes. If I can read more,
Yeah.
I will. If I can just finish this one in the 24 hours, I'm happy with that too.
I feel like you'll for sure fly through it. You always read those fantasy books so fast. And then here I am with like the 50-page novellas sitting beside me.
If I had novellas like on my physical TBR, that's probably what I would go with for a 24-hour readathon. But I don't at the moment. So it's big books for me.
Yeah, I completely stay stocked on novellas for this occasion. It's just so satisfying to like fly through a whole story. And even if they all suck, then I'm like, it's okay because I read 7 things.
Right. I could get like some ebooks. Maybe there's some on Scribd. I have a couple.
Oh, yeah, I have that Frederick Bachman novella too.
Oh, yeah.
Scribd. I don't know if I want to cry on a live stream though. So
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. You actually, I don't know if you will, but you could. There's a potential too, so maybe not.
Everyone I've seen read it sobs. So
I teared up, so.
Well, I'll quickly show all the books I have, and maybe people in the chat can let me know what I should read. Or Hannah, you can help me pick too. But a lot of these were in my video I just posted yesterday of my horror TBR stuff, and I went through my novellas. So Ghost Wall by Sarah Moss is one of those. And this is the one I feel like I got the most comments saying it was really good.
That's a cool cover
this
too.
one and Crossroads. These were the two that I feel like I got the most comments on. So they've piqued my interest.
Okay.
I'm probably for sure going to read this, Your Guide to Not Getting Murdered in a Quaint English Village. It's like kind of like how Fangs is, like a comic
little
that's thing.
Cute.
So I think I'm going to get to this.
That seems like a really quick too.
And then otherwise, I have Prosper's Demon, Fly Away, The Harpy, Perfect Days, which this is a thriller that I sometimes hear, but it's like very underrated, but apparently super good. And then In an Accent Dream.
Oh, that's got my vote.
Yeah. I'll probably get to that one tomorrow. I feel like tonight I'm in a spooky mood.
I am home alone right now, so I don't want to be spooked. I told Ashley before we went live that I closed my curtain here because it's like a big bay window and I don't want to see somebody or anything out of that window. So I closed it because I don't want to be scared. I'm a
That would
chicken.
be absolutely terrifying. And then I feel like I'd be paranoid the whole time, like watching
Like
it, thinking,
watching it. I know. Yeah.
hi, Kelly. Excited to hear what you're reading. Hi, Tiffany. Thank you. It's
Oh,
so
thank
nice.
you.
Hi, Monica. Reading The Hawthorne Legacy. Is that the
Oh,
book
that's the
that, wait.
second Inheritance Games book.
Oh,
I think.
okay.
Hope I
Yeah.
didn't get that wrong. Pretty sure.
I was
Are you
thinking of the
liking it?
book that that Jan just read last weekend on your 24-hour
Oh, yes.
thing. That might have been
What
called
was that
Hawthorne
called?
something
Hawthorne
too.
Girls?
Something like that. Some kind of
Something like
like
that.
gothic thing. Oh, Hannah, you'll
Oh,
be happy about that.
yep. I love that book. And I just finished the second one.
Oh, we have a lot of Crescent City tonight. Hello. Oh, I love this one. Watch Over Me by Nina
I
LaCour.
haven't read that one yet.
I feel like you would really like it.
I'm
It's
gonna add it to my TBR.
it's really short and it's like mildly weird and mildly emotional.
Interesting.
Hi, Melissa. Reading Sky and the Deep. Haven't heard of that one. Or this one, The Master's Apprentice by Oliver Potch.
1400s Germany. That's interesting.
Razor Blade Tears.
I've heard a lot of good things about that one.
Planning on finishing Queen of Shadows.
That's my favorite book in the Throne of Glass series. I hope you love it, Courtney.
Just started Razor Blade Tears. About 50 pages in, just missed so far. Still waiting to get to the hype. Yeah. Did you read that one, Hannah?
I haven't read it yet, no.
Yeah, it's super like action-y. Like it feels like an action movie the whole time, which isn't really my thing. Another Crescent City reader in here. You brought all the Sarah J. Maas fans over tonight.
Well, it was just released, so that's fair because it's pretty hyped.
Yeah.
These Silent Woods, I haven't heard of that one.
That's Gabby's book for her book club this month.
Oh yeah, you said that.
Words of Radiance. Hey Denise, thanks for joining. Little Mercies by Heather Gudenkopf. Is that the oh yeah, that's the same author as The Overnight Guest. Is that an older title from that author? Last Night at the Telegraph Club and Loving It, LGBTQ romance, historical fiction, and YA. I started that one once on audio and I was not enjoying the audio book, and then I just never picked up the physical book, but I am interested in that one. Reading the girls, getting some cult reading done tonight. Another These Silent Woods. It's like we've got some mini book clubs going on in the chat.
Yeah.
Evidence of the Affair by TJR. Have you read that one, Hannah?
No, I didn't.
I haven't either.
I feel like, is that one of her older ones?
Yeah, I think that might be the one. No, that's not the one. There's one that has like the toast, burnt toast on the cover. I think that might be a One True Loves
One
edition.
True Loves. Yeah.
I think Evidence of the Affair is a novella.
Interesting.
Reading The Silent Patient. Let me know how you feel about the plot twist if you get to it tonight.
I loved The Silent Patient. I know that you didn't, Ashley. I really
well, I read it when everyone was hyping it up initially, and I was like,
oh,
this is it. I'm a cynic, though. The queen of novellas. Yeah, always got him nearby. Never too far away.
Have you read the Murderbot books?
I have not yet.
They're pretty good, and they're like 150 pages. They're really funny.
I think they're all on Scribd, too.
I think so.
More Sarah J. Maas in the chat.
Yeah.
Under the Whispering Door. It's a good one.
I like that one.
Hey, John.
Hi, John.
Shawshank Redemption. I think it must be at least early morning in Australia. Maybe midday. I have no idea. Usually I'm reading midday and it's morning the next day for John in Australia. So I've got to like adjust my clock.
Right.
Kingdom of the Wicked.
Did you like it? I love that book. It's okay if you didn't. Sorry, I get so excited when I see books that I love that people are like, I didn't actually like it.
I really want to read that one. That's one of the few fantasy books I'm still intrigued by.
It's really good.
The Harpy really intrigues me. Yeah, me too. I hope I can get to it this time. That's the one where it's the husband cheats on the wife and then he gives her 3 opportunities to hurt him as penance, but he doesn't know when or what's going to happen.
Oh.
And then I think she turns into a bird.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's like all these feathers on the cover, and I've heard it's weird.
Like a black swan situation.
Mm-hmm. I know. I don't know how I'm ever going to choose.
You're going to have to any, mini, miny, mow it.
Yep. Falling by TJ Newman. That one sounds interesting. More Crescent City. Hey, Taylor.
Hi,
Reading
Taylor.
This Might Hurt. Nice. Is that one out already? I guess it was coming out in February.
Oh.
Starting Jade War.
Ooh.
The Shuddering. I want to read that one too. Finishing Confessions. That one has been popping off lately too. That Japanese, I think it's a Japanese translated horror book. I feel like everyone on these reading sprints is always reading Confessions. There's always like 1 or 2 people. Hey, Kim. Just finished The Other Family by Wendy Corsi Staub, and now I have to find something to read next. Well, what are you thinking? Do you have some options? Maybe we can help you choose. Lauren's on team No Silent Patient. Spoiler alert.
A little bit of romance.
Did you read the sequel yet, Hannah?
Yes, I did. I loved the sequel even more than the first book. It's so good. It was one of my favorite books last year. It's so good.
I remember watching whatever vlog it was that you read it in, where you read the second one and you were like screaming about it. I was like, okay, I'm definitely going to pick that one up.
Literally, I flipped out for like 6 straight minutes, just like freaking out about Kingdom of the Cursed. And the cover was revealed for the 3rd book. It's really cool.
Yeah, I love the covers on those.
Yeah.
Get a Life, Chloe Brown. Yeah, Evidence of the Affair must be the novella one.
Okay.
The 5th Zodiac Academy book. I thought that said I just have over 1,000 pages left. I was like, whew, you're going to be reading for a long time.
Could you hear that?
Yeah, what was that?
That's the wind outside. I'm in the middle of a snowstorm.
Oh my gosh.
Something just fell over. I think it was my welcome sign out in front of my house.
Yikes.
Like shook the house. We had a snow squall earlier. Like a warning popped up on my phone. Like, it's a snow squall. Don't drive because you can't see. It's like a whiteout because of all the wind. So that's what's happening. If you hear a bunch of noises, my house might fall down.
Just a regular day in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
I don't read fantasy at all, but since everyone's reading Crescent City, I'm like, should I buy that? Even though it's not what I ever read at all. I don't know. Hannah, what do you think?
It's not like straight fantasy. Like it's kind of more an urban high fantasy, if that makes sense. Like it's set in a city. There's still like cell phones and cars and guns and all of the modern trappings, but with like fantastical creatures. So it's like kind of a good one to dip your toes in because it's not like there's not a ton of world building, I guess. I mean, there is, but it's not like you're learning like, I don't know. It's not like sword fighting and carriages and kingdoms and stuff. It's like modern times, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I haven't read Crescent City yet. but I have read the ACOTAR series from Sarah J. Maas, and as someone who is also not very much of a fantasy reader, I do feel like Sarah J. Maas's style is super accessible. And that one's
Yeah.
like fairies and a whole different world and kingdoms, but it was still super easy to get into. So
Right.
probably a good place to start if you're wanting to try it out. Although her books are very long.
They are quite the commitment.
Reading The Silent Patient next. And what were those short book suggestions you mentioned on Scribd, please, Hannah? The Murderbot
Oh,
books?
the Murderbot Diaries. The first one is called All Systems Red. They're by Martha Wells. They're about this like AI who becomes self-aware, and instead of going on like a murderous rampage, he just wants to watch like sitcoms all the time and be left alone, but he gets dragged into this like
Relatable.
huge conspiracy. So he's like got a super sarcastic inner dialogue, but it's great. I loved the first book.
The Kingdom of the Wicked sequel, I think, is
Yes,
what
do
Tara's
it.
talking about.
If you like the first one, dive right in.
Is Kingdom of the Fear the third one, I'm
The
guessing?
third one. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, major FOMO when everybody else was posting their photos with the House of Sky and Breath or whatever it's called.
Yep.
I'm struggling to get through where the crawdads sing Give Me Hope. I haven't read that one.
Me either.
I have heard it's not great, though. I know it's like very largely buzzed, but I feel like people who are reading it nowadays don't love it as much. So
It had a
sorry,
lot
I
of
gave
hype when it
you
first
the
came out.
opposite of hope. What genres do you read mostly, Hannah? I'm new to you.
Oh, thank you. I read a lot of fantasy, but every once in a while I go through these moods where I want to read romance or thrillers. So, but I read mostly fantasy.
You went through a very big romance craze last year
Like
for a bit.
6 months.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Mariana Zapatas
Yep.
and
Yep.
all the
I have
other.
a whole shelf on my bookshelf. That's all the romances I read last year.
But occasionally Hannah does want to come to the dark side and asks for some thriller recs. And then
I do. I get
we
there
bring her
some.
to the thriller side. I think if you don't like Crawdad so far, you probably will not like it more as you read. Sorry, I'm not giving much hope. It pretty much stays the same. Maybe just try a new book. Oh yeah, midday, Saturday afternoon. Pretty good guess for me.
Yeah, that was a good guess.
Look at that. You just got a new
Oh, thank
subscriber.
you.
Yes, everyone, Hannah's channel. I'm pretty sure I linked it in the description below. If I forgot, it is Hannah's Recent Reads. Make sure to go
Thank
check her
you.
out. All right. Well, do we want to get started with reading?
Let's get going.
All right. So I'm thinking we'll do 30-minute sprints. Sound good?
That sounds good.
Cool. I'm probably going to start with this one because it feels like a low commitment to read a comic. So I'm going to commit to
Good one to
that.
start. Knock that out right away.
Mm-hmm. And we'll go with some ambience and see everyone back in 30 minutes.
Woo-hoo.
That bell was so loud in my ears. I hope that wasn't loud for everyone.
Paying attention, or it probably would have scared me.
How did everyone's reading go? I finished this, obviously. It was very short.
A quick one.
Yeah, it's just like a lot of little blurbs with little pictures. And I loved it. It was so good.
Oh, good.
That went 5 stars. My cheeks are like hurting from laughing so much at it.
Oh, that's awesome. What a great way to start off.
Yeah, it's really good. It's Maureen Johnson. And Jay Cooper. I don't know who Jay Cooper is, but Maureen Johnson, did like the Truly Devious books
Right.
and many other things. Jay Cooper has written and or illustrated more than 20 books for kids. So I guess he's an illustrator who did the drawings. But it was so funny and like perfect for people who read a lot of like mysteries, especially English mysteries, because it's all about like the butler is definitely going to kill you, and like that suit with armor, like they're going to kill you and put you in that suit, and just like all the little things to watch out for. It was very funny.
That's awesome. I got 37 pages into these Violent Delights, so I'm just finishing up chapter 3. So 36 pages into a 440 page book isn't very much to go off of. So I think I don't know. I don't want to say I think I'll like it because I'm not hardly into it at all, but there's definitely enemies to lovers vibes. So, and I love that. So hopefully that's good.
Yeah, love a good enemies to lovers. Everyone was subscribing to you in the break, Hannah.
Thank you.
Reading 5 Total Strangers by Natalie Richards. How are you liking that one? I've been curious about it. Started reading It Will End Like This by Kira Lee. Haven't heard of that one. What's that one about, Kim? Page 250 of Ship of Magic. Nice. Read 20 pages of Chloe Brown, about halfway through. Nice progress. I didn't do any reading, watched a reading blog, and finished editing a YouTube video description. Nice.
So productive, though.
Yep. Ooh, we've got a bunny reader in here. How are you liking it?
Is that your first time reading it, Melissa?
That's a adventure of a book.
It is something.
A YA thriller based on the story of Lizzie Borden. Oh, okay. I have seen that one. That sounds familiar now. Three chapters in, just over 50 pages now. Nice. I'm reading Girl A, and I am 200 pages in, and I don't know how I feel about it. I don't know that one. Do you know that one, Hannah?
Isn't that like a thriller? Well, I think it was a Book of the Month one.
Oh, does it have like a big A on the cover?
I think so.
I'm going to look it up.
If I'm thinking of the same book.
Yep. It has that big A. So close to finishing These Silent Woods. Nice. Are you liking it, or are you on the side of people not liking it? Also, sorry if you guys hear a very loud siren going by.
I was just going to totally ignore it. Like, nope, don't hear sirens.
That's just like constant city life. Just blaring sirens going by all day.
That's so funny. I live not in a city, so we hear sirens. We're like, oh my gosh, what's going down?
I know when we first got here, we were like, are there emergencies all the time? And it's like, yeah.
There was last month we had a gas explosion like 2 streets over from us, and we could hear the boom, and it was like a big deal in our town. Nobody was terrifying. Hurt, but it was like crazy. There was like 4 fire trucks, which is a lot for us.
We had a tire fire happen in a junkyard. A bunch of tires caught on fire, like 20 blocks away from us, which is a considerable distance, but we could smell the fire inside our house because of how bad it was. That was a bad day for sirens going by. I got to page 35 of 1096. I'm not going to think about it. I really like this, though. The Stormlight Archive is entertaining.
Oh, the book is 1,096 pages. Stormlight Archives.
Yeah.
Is that a Brandon Sanderson?
I have no idea. I was thinking 1096 was the book name at first, and then I had to realize that was a dumb assumption.
It could be, though. Sometimes, like 1Q86. You know which book I'm talking
Yeah.
about? The
Yeah, I
Murakami.
was thinking of the Stephen King one too, 11,
Mm.
22,
2260 something?
whatever,
67?
the
I don't know.
JFK date.
I'm not a history
Really,
person.
same. First time reading Bunny. I like it so far, but I'm slightly nervous. That was me the whole time I was reading Bunny for the first time. I read it all on like one Saturday afternoon, and I was just so engrossed. Like, what is going to happen? What is this book about?
It is a wild ride.
21 pages of This Might Hurt. Nice. Are you liking that one? Reading, no one is talking about this, and it is weird. Weird in a good way or weird in a bad way?
Right. That's the question.
Almost done with No Exit. It's a fun time. A lot of people have been reading this lately too with the movie coming
With
out.
the movie, yeah.
Mm-hmm. One short chapter of House of Sky and Breath, dinner and playing with the pup. Productive, but not very reading productive. That's okay.
That's okay.
Yeah, that's it. It's not really a thriller though, which I think is the problem with it.
Mm-hmm.
Book of the Month does that sometimes, where they just categorize a book completely wrong and then mislead hundreds of people.
They did that with The Lost Apothecary.
Mm-hmm.
It's listed as a fantasy. There's no fantasy.
Yeah, I still haven't read it. It's just sitting on my shelves because
like it's good.
So many people were let down.
But there's no fantasy.
Yeah. Liking it, but scared I won't like the ending. Oh, interesting. Love No Exit. The movie releases on Hulu next Friday. I know I'm so excited for the movie. I feel like it's going to be pretty bad. Like I'm just expecting it to be bad because it's a Hulu movie. And then I can only be excited about it if it's not terrible. The pessimist in me. Read 30 pages of These Silent Woods so far. Dull. Yeah, that's what I've heard is it's super slow. I can't remember if I was saying this on the live sprints or when I was talking to Hannah earlier, but I was thinking about reading These Silent Woods tonight, but I didn't want to be bored if it was super slow. Yep, that's why I started it. Only yesterday, hard to put down. Yeah, No Exit's like a read it in one sitting kind of book.
It's very quick.
On chapter 8, and it's a fast read. 5 total strangers so far. It's interesting. Good. We'll hope it stays good. Yeah, it's a Brando Sando. Finished Confessions. I enjoyed it, but didn't love it. It has a very different writing style. Yeah, I've heard that one's really dense. And I think it's originally Japanese and translated, which would make sense why it's a little different too. I think I'm going to read Crossroads next because this one seemed to get a good amount of buzz. Yeah. This one's a woman's son dies in a car crash and she's very sad. And then a cut on her finger changes everything. A drop of blood falls from Chris's hand onto her son's roadside memorial. And later that night, she thinks she sees his ghost. Oh, Hannah would agree with you if you had caught her 2 months ago. She also DNF'd No Exit the first time.
I did, and I DNF'd it right before it like picked up the pace with me. Like, I think I DNF'd it at like page 10 something, and at page like 105 was when I was like, oh, now it's starting to get better for me. So that's all right.
Yeah, it is an experience for sure. Denise got 26% in. So that's probably around, it's a pretty short book. It's less than 300 pages. I like No Exit, but not sure if it's worth the hype. Great. I hope Crossroads is amazing. It's also only 107 pages. So maybe I can read it in like 2 sprints.
That'd be awesome. Then you'd be 2 books in already.
Maybe I won't be able to read it in 2 sprints. I'm just hyping myself up, but that would be pretty cool if I could. Didn't like the references and the main character was annoying. Yeah, I remember seeing a review of the book after I read it the first time and loved it. And I think it was Emily May on Goodreads. I don't know if you know who Emily May is. She's like one of the top Goodreads reviewers, I think. She's on like literally every book I ever look up reviews for. And I think it was her review of No Exit that was talking about how it's just following a girl who's making consistently stupid decisions and how annoying that was. And I was like, yeah, but I love that.
That's why I liked Survive the Night, though. Most people who didn't like Survive the Night,
True.
their main complaint was like, nobody would make these decisions. This girl was being so stupid. And I'm like, that's why I liked it, because
Yeah,
nobody would do that. Like, who would do that?
I did hate Survive the Night, so I did just contradict myself for the same reason.
But that's like I mean, I have the unpopular opinion of liking Survive the Night. Most people didn't like it. But
Yeah.
a lot of people's main complaint was that she just made so many stupid decisions and like, who would actually do that? And I'm like, see, that's why I liked it though.
Yeah.
Who would do that? It's like watching a horror movie when you're like, don't go in the basement.
Mm-hmm.
And then they do it anyway.
But they have to.
Oh,
That's when it gets exciting. Yeah.
Yep.
I was annoyed that the mystery of the identity was revealed rather quickly. Yeah, that does come out super quick, and that's not really what the book ends up being about. It's more of like the action that happens after that.
Mm-hmm. And being stranded rather than trying to figure out who you can trust.
We're walking contradictions. Yeah, I'm fine with it.
No, somebody else who loves Survive the Night.
Cool. Want to get started on another reading sprint?
Let's do it.
All right. I'll see if I can figure out this classroom screen again. So painfully loud every time. How did your reading go, everybody?
Almost fell.
How is these Violent Lights?
It's, pretty good.
That did not sound very
Not
enthusiastic.
convincing. It's like, okay, so I'm like 70 pages in, so still not that far. I don't know how I feel about it yet. I really want to like it.
What's the setup of the story? All I know is it's like Romeo and Juliet.
Yeah,
That's
so
like
it's set in 1920s Shanghai, and it's these two rival gangs, and the two main characters, Roma and Juliet, apparently used to have like a fling a few years ago, and now they hate each other. And there's these weird like murders, kind of murders. You don't really know what's going on. Like people are dying in these really mysterious ways. And there's people saying that they've seen a monster. So far they're not really working together at all, which I'm assuming is what this is like getting to. They're just kind of like off on their own, doing their own thing with their own gang. So that's where I'm at with it.
Are you feeling the chemistry?
I mean, they've only had one interaction, which was fun because they hate each other. So, of course, I'm just eating that up.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel like I just need to get to where like they interact more and then I'll probably start liking it more. But right now they're just like separated. So it's kind of boring.
Yeah. I wonder if it's going to be like a slow burn too, since it's a duology. Oh, did I freeze or did you freeze? I think Hannah froze. Or did I freeze? Oh, wait.
Someone froze.
I've got you back now.
So what did you say?
I was saying, I wonder if it's a slow burn since it's a duology. I wonder if you'll get a lot of time with them.
Yeah, I don't know. I hope so. I hope so. I don't want to read too much of the synopsis because I don't want to know that much.
Yeah.
But I hope that they interact more because if they don't, then I don't know how I'm going to feel about it.
Well, keep us updated.
How did you do?
I got 33 pages into Crossroads, and it is quite the switch from this book because this was having me laughing the whole time, and I feel like I could cry reading this already. It's so sad because it's the whole thing so far is just this mom has lost her son, and he was like an adult son. He was like 22 years old, I think, when he died. So she's just been so devastated and upset, and she still like sees him and hears him and is pretty much just acting like he's still around. And she's super into like ghost things, like paranormal shows and tarot cards and the ideas behind all the spirituality things. And she hears on one of the ghost shows they're talking about like a crossroads demon or something. I don't know. And then she starts getting this idea in her head that if she sacrifices something, she'll be able to bring him back. And so she just keeps like going to his site and burying things of his to try to get him to come back. And it is very
Risky
sad.
business.
It's about to get spooky, I'm sure. But right now,
did you ever watch the show Supernatural?
Mm-mm.
They talk about crossroads demons in that show. That's how I know what it is because I watched.
Yeah, I'm not familiar at all with that.
9 seasons of Supernatural. There's like 20, so.
Dang. I saw Kim asked, what does everyone think is going to be on Book of the Month for March? Looks like
I have no
someone
idea.
said the Rough Draft. I would love if that was on there. That's a romance book. It's a romance book about two writers who, a female and a male who used to write together. I think it's like people we meet on vacation meets beach read, basically, where they're like a duo writers. Something's happened that they've fallen apart, and then they're like coming back together. Hoping for the Book of Cold Cases by Simone St. James. It might not be a main pick. Yeah, that would be a good one.
I've only read The Broken Girls by Simone St. James, but I really liked it.
I've only read The Sundown Motel.
Yeah.
which I think when I read that one initially, I was like, 3 stars. But as years have passed, I'm like, no, I like that. That was like a good story.
Yeah.
I don't know what book this was about. Oh, looks like you got your answer though. I've always watched the playbacks, but this is my first time joining the Sprints Live. Well, welcome to the live sprints.
Welcome.
Thanks for watching the playbacks. So happy to be here reading Good Rich People. Let me know how you feel about that. I'm super interested in that one. Looks like Kim is thinking about picking that one up too. I think these are more book of the month predictions. Yeah, the Rumor Game, 9 Lives, The Club, those could be in there for book of the month. They release next month. So many possibilities. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see The Club since they released Ellery Lloyd's first book last year, People Like Her.
Mm.
I feel like they would do that again.
Do a
I haven't heard
repeat.
of the Rumor Game. I'll have to look into that one.
I feel like I don't usually know the book of the month choices. Like, I hear about these books because they're book of the month selections.
Yeah. I
So
feel
I have
like
no idea.
I usually know one and sometimes I know two, but for the most part, I don't really know of them either until they come. Because like I don't keep up with the contemporary and
Yeah.
historical stuff. Okay.
That's a great joke.
The book that made me laugh is Your Guide to Not Getting Murdered in a Quaint English Village by Maureen Johnson and Jay Cooper. It's a little book of comics that is just like making fun of a bunch of tropes in these like old English mystery stories where people die. And it was very funny. Got another Supernatural fan in the chat.
Yeah, I stopped watching it when I'll just say someone died.
That happened to me with The Vampire Diaries. Did you watch that show?
Mm-mm.
Really? You would love that show. You haven't seen
Really?
that? Yeah.
No, I've never
That's
watched
so
it.
surprising. It's love triangle, angst,
I feel like I missed the boat
action.
on that because it's kind of older, right?
Yeah, I watched it when I was in college. I would just sit in my dorm room and
Is
like go
that
through
the
the series.
one where there's like a character named Damon?
Hmm.
Okay, I've seen like on Pinterest like pictures of it. I just think that
Hmm.
guy's really attractive, so
Oh
maybe
yeah.
I'll watch it.
Yeah, no, I would definitely recommend it. It's a good time. In India, the crossroads ritual is a real thing, some believe. Interesting. I just finished the roughest draft on audio and it was good. Very character driven. Good to hear. Yes, watch The Vampire Diaries.
What does it stream on? Or do I have to find it somewhere?
I think it was a CW show, so I don't know. It was on Netflix for a while. I don't know if it still is. Are those more sirens going by? I have my AirPods on noise canceling, so I can like barely hear it. It's like never ending.
Oh, it is on Netflix. Okay, I can do
Yep,
that.
Netflix.
Awesome.
All right, ready for another sprint?
Round
I might,
3.
I might cry in this one if this book stays this sad.
I feel like I'm gonna need to keep watching the screen.
All right, see everyone back in 30 minutes. No matter how much I try to prepare for that, it scares me every single time. This is so intense. It is so intense. I've been
How
sitting
far
here.
did you get?
I'm on 73, so I
So
only
like,
have 40-ish pages left.
yeah,
It's
like 2/3 of the way through.
it is
It's
gory.
gory.
Yeah, like I've been sitting here like, ooh, ugh.
Yikes. Do you like gory or not so much?
I don't know if "like's" the right word.
Yeah, I suppose.
I typically appreciate it done well in books. If it's like getting that reaction out of me, then I feel like the book's doing a good job. It reminds me of two other horror novellas, the Mapping the Interior by Stephen Graham Jones, because that one is a lot about grief and like this boy seeing his dad as a ghost. So with like the psychological themes, it reminds me of that one. And then with the gore, it reminds me of Things Have Gotten Worse since we last spoke. That one that everyone's been talking about in the last year or
Yeah,
so,
I need to
because
read that
it's
one.
like it keeps getting like increasingly more brutal, and you're just
Like
like, oh
super
my gosh,
unsettling.
yeah, and you're like, this is not going a good direction.
Oh no.
There's only so much farther we can go.
Right.
Whew, I'm stressed.
I like glanced up every like I don't know, every 5 minutes or so just to see if you were like crying or what your reactions were.
Yeah,
Every
I'm
time
not
you were just
crying. I'm just like,
you were
it's a
just
lot.
into it.
How's these Violent Delights
Oh,
going?
I passed the 100-page mark. I'm on page 112 now,
Nice.
chapter 11, and it's starting to pick up. So it's starting to pick up. There, so like the thing that I said where there are these like murders happening. They don't really know what's causing it, but these like random people are like clawing their throats out until they die. And it's happening like on both gangs. So then they kind of start having to work together. So I think that's where we're headed is they're going to be like working together to try to figure out what's going on and what's causing it.
Interesting. A little bit of a murder mystery.
So it's starting to pick up the pace. So I think it's looking good.
Good.
Yeah.
That one also sounds a little gruesome. Ripping out
Yeah, there was a part that was
throats.
a little gnarly for me. Like insects under the skin. Blech.
Ugh. Yeah, I hate. Ugh. I don't know. Body horror is so effective, but it's also so disgusting.
I know that's why I haven't read The Troop by
Don't
Nick
do it.
Cutter because
It's
I feel like those
yeah.
things they like trigger my gag reflex.
That one's really intense. And I did part of it on audiobook too. And there's like a scene with a turtle that a lot of people talk about. And that part specifically I listened to on audiobook. And it was like 5 minutes of torture just
Oh
listening
geez.
to it. It's a good horror book though, but very gross. Let us know how everyone else's reading is going, how far you got in your books. Reading Fire with Fire by Destiny Soria, and it is so good. I wasn't really into it right away, but so glad I stuck with it. I haven't heard of that one.
Me either.
Might have to check it out. It's really good. Hello.
Hello.
Thanks for
Thanks for
joining.
joining. Oh.
Jinx. Read 28 pages of House of Sky and Breath. I'm actually glad this book is 800 pages because I love being in the Crescent City world.
Yay.
This is a Mariana Zapata. Yeah, Luke Love with Love.
Look off with love. It's a good one. I'm excited. Oh, that one's good too. Though that one, okay, Wall of Winnipeg and Me from Luke Love with Love and Culty are my 3 favorites by Mariana Zapata. They're so good. If you like slow burn.
Yeah.
You gotta like slow burn. If you don't like the slow burn romance, like it's 500 to 600 pages of begging for the kiss.
I just don't know if I can do that again after Spanish Love Deception.
I feel like if you didn't like Spanish Love Deception, you probably won't like Mariana Zapata because hers are even more slow burn.
I just can't imagine. Oh, I'd be screaming. Oh, okay, Bunny on page 103. Loving it still, but I'm getting to the weirdness. Yeah. Have you found out the significance of the title yet? That is a lot of the weirdness. Just made the last sprint, started The Martian. Welcome. Thanks for joining. Made it to page 117 so far, and it will end like this. Nice. 37 more pages in, about 80 pages to go, and ready to be done. I can't remember what Lauren's reading. Do you remember?
Either.
Lauren, remind us what you're reading. All you, Hannah.
My first one was From Lukov with Love. So I would probably recommend that one. Or Culty. Culty is my favorite Mariana Zapata book. And it's like hate to friends to love. So if you like that like step where you're not like, I mean, they're like friends, so they have that friendly banter, then go with that one. Also, if you really like the sports romance aspect, they both have that, but one is soccer, one is figure skating. But yeah, either one of those, I would say.
Lauren was reading Girl A. I remember.
Yeah, that's right.
And now, rethinking this, 80 pages to go, ready to be done. Well, that does not sound good. It doesn't sound like it's picking up and getting any better.
Yeah.
But at least you're almost done with it. At chapter 13, page 105, I don't think I like it much, but I'm not ready to DNF.
Oh.
Yeah. I get that way too. Sometimes I just can't give up on a book and I'll just suffer through. Hannah has no problem with that. She'll read like 25 pages and be like, nope, I don't like it.
Yep. I gotta know. I gotta like it. I usually, well, it depends. Depends on how much I'm not. Oh, clicked on something. It depends on how much I'm not liking it. Like if I'm just really bored and don't care, I don't have a problem DNFing it. If I think it has potential, I usually try to give it 100 pages.
Oh, yes, I love this one too. A House at the Bottom of the Lake.
One.
I always feel so weird talking about that one because I never know how to categorize it because it's always called horror, but it's not scary.
Right.
It's just weird.
Right. It's like, yeah.
But it's Josh Malerman, so everyone calls everything that Josh Malerman does horror.
Right. Yeah, that's a weird one to classify. I would still call it horror, but not like scary horror.
Yeah. It's more like psychological horror.
Yeah.
Don't expect to get spooks out of that one. A fantasy involving dragons, two sisters, and a family of dragon slayers, but one of the sisters becomes soul bonded with a dragon.
That sounds wonderful. Fire with fire. I'll have to look that up.
Haven't gotten to understanding the bunny title yet. Let us know when you get there.
That's where the weirdness really takes off.
Got to the 15% mark of One of Us is Lying, liking it so far. Nice. Have you read that one, Hannah?
I haven't, no. I think, is that the Karen McManus one?
Yeah.
I think I started it and DNF'd it. I think I spoiled myself for the ending and I was like, nah.
Yeah, I didn't read that one, but I watched the show adaptation that was on, was it Peacock?
I didn't know there was an adaptation for it.
They made a show, I think, last year, and I really liked the show. It was not like an amazing show because it's YA, but it was like a fun time. I watched that, and then, oh my gosh, what is that other one called? The one where it's like two young girls, and that's all I know about it.
That could be so many different things.
Oh, it'll come to me in a bit. If anyone knows what I'm talking about.
Two young girls. What's that show?
It's was that Peacock too? I don't feel like these would be Peacock shows. But the one with the two young girls is like an 8-episode series, and it's told in 3 different timelines. And there's one girl that's being accused of doing something relating to the other girl. I don't remember how much to say about it without spoiling something, but maybe it'll come to me later.
I have no idea. So somebody
I'm gonna
else
have
is going to
to
have to be helpful there.
I have to Google show about two
Show
young
about
girls.
two girls.
I don't like the pace, and the long chapters are the worst. Yeah, I hate long
Long chapters are
chapters,
rough.
especially in a thriller. Like,
In a thriller,
just
yeah.
get going.
Yep.
I'm also reading Jane Eyre and the Winter People. I DNF'd Winter People in January, but I'm giving it another chance, and it's a little bit better. I've had that one on my shelves for a long time. I feel like I've been talking about it a lot recently in videos about being intimidated to read it. I was going to read it for Winter Ween this past year, but then I wasn't in the mood because I'm so afraid it's going to be historical and just be boring. But every time I say that, people are like, no, it's so good. Give it another shot. So one of these days.
I think I've only heard from Gabby Reed's, like her opinion on it, and then nobody else's. So
Yeah, I think me too. Reading Wahala. Love it so far. I've been seeing so many good reviews for this lately, and this was not on my radar at all. So I'm going to have to look into this one. I'm like waiting for someone in the chat to just read my mind and know what show I was
right.
talking about.
Someone's got to. Somebody's got to know what you're talking about.
I rarely DNF because I'm cheap. If I paid money for the book, I'm reading it. Yeah.
That's fair. That's a lot of people's like reason for not wanting to quit it. Like, I paid for it. I got to get my money's worth out of it.
Yeah, especially if you get like the hardcover when it's new and you shell out like $30 for it. You're like, this better be the best thing I've ever read.
Yeah. I just resell my books, so I get something back at least.
Yeah. I have a hard time DNFing. It's my type A personality. Yep, me too.
Can't relate.
I got about 50 pages left of the 5th Zodiac Academy book. Nice, flying through it. I need help picking my next read. I have Bunny and Brother. I haven't read Brother.
I haven't read Brother. I would vote Bunny because it's just such an interesting read.
Yeah, I would also vote Bunny. I've heard Brother's really gruesome, I think. That could be wrong.
Yeah.
That's just what I feel like
No,
I know
I
about
think
it.
you're right. I've heard the same.
I really like The Winter People. It wasn't boring for me, and it was pretty creepy. Yeah, I feel
Is it
like all
like
I
a
hear is positive reviews every time I say this. People are like, I promise, it's good. And then I
right?
look at the cover, and I'm like, but it looks boring.
Is it like a ghost story? I don't know very much about it. So
I think so. I hear it compared to Pet Cemetery a lot, which
oh,
is like grief and
I didn't like
ghosty
Pet
things, I guess.
Cemetery.
I haven't read Pet Cemetery. I saw the oldest version when I was a kid, and then I saw the newest version when it came out a couple years ago.
I haven't seen the adaptations, but that
Oh,
book
you
was
read
so
it?
boring. I have read it.
Oh.
It was like the last 50 pages of the book was what I signed up for. The
Mm.
first like 400, 350 pages was just like a slog to get through for me. I was like, I was promised a zombie cat.
Have you read a lot of Stephen King?
Nope, that was the only one.
Yeah, I've read, I think, just 3 of his books. I did a video a long time ago, like back when I first started my channel, reading Stephen King books for the first time. And I think those are the only that I've ever read. I read The Shining, Revival, and Joyland.
Okay.
Loved The Shining. Joyland was fine. Revival was good, but not like my style.
I feel like I would give The Shining a shot.
It was really good. It's long, but I used the audiobook too. I really like the audiobook. And I think I read it around winter time.
I listened to the audiobook for Pet Cemetery as well. It's narrated by Michael C. Hall.
Ooh.
So it was a pretty good, I mean, like listening to it, I was like, that's why I didn't DNF it, because I was like, I could listen to Michael C. Hall.
Yeah. I just read Winter People for Polarathon. It was all right. It wasn't really historical. It was just a little disjointed, but pretty spooky. Got another vote for Bunny. Lots more confidence in the Winter People. I read it for Winter Ween. I enjoyed the atmosphere and the storyline, but it had multiple perspectives, and some were definitely more boring than others. But I do think it's worth checking out. I'll for sure read it eventually. It's sitting on my shelves. I've got that and The Drowning Kind by Jennifer McMahon, and I really want to read her new book that's coming out this year. And I feel like I have to read one of these first.
She's got another one out too. The Night Sister, is that right?
I don't know.
Something
Sounds
sister?
right.
Maybe I made that up. That could be not right.
I'm sure she has more books than just those two. I think my AirPods just like noise canceling. My level
You
of
hearing stuff
sound
now?
just changed. Oh, a book for
Oh,
brother. Mixing things up. Kind of like Ghosts in the Winter People. The atmosphere is what pulled me in.
okay.
Oh, we've got a lot of Salem's Lot Love. That one's vampires, I think.
I don't know anything about that one. I recognize the name.
I just don't feel drawn to Stephen King's stuff. Every time he comes out with a new book, I read the synopsis and I'm like, I'll pass.
I just don't like the length of them.
Yeah.
And like, especially after reading Pet Cemetery, which is one of his shorter ones, it's like 400-ish, somewhere around their pages. And I was like, it was so boring. I don't know if I
Yeah.
can handle a 1,000-page book.
Oh, I just remembered I have read one other thing from him. I read Elevation. It's a novella. It's like less than
Oh,
100 pages long.
okay.
That one was kind of interesting too. Very
Is that
different from his stuff. It was not horror. It's like heartwarming.
interesting?
Yeah.
I don't associate. I mean, like Stephen King. It's like, don't they call him the king of horror?
Yeah, but then he has these like random other books he writes that are
Right.
different genres. Like 11/22/63 is like more sci-fi, I guess you would classify it, because it's
Rather than horror.
time travel. Yeah.
Interesting.
And then I watch his stuff. Like I watch his adaptations. I watched the 11/22/63 show. I did not finish it. I just watched the first like 2 episodes. And then Castle Rock, I really like that, which is just inspired by Stephen King's universe of stories, and then they blend them together. It's a Hulu show. Very
Okay.
good. Recommend that. The Shining and Later are Greater King books. I think Later is the one that came out last year
Okay.
or pretty recently. About 30 pages left of Watch Over Me. Really enjoying it. Nice.
Finish that up soon.
Hello. Thank you for joining.
Hello.
I got the Winter People from Dollar Tree 3 years ago. Worth the dollar investment to give it a try. Yeah,
Wow,
it's just
that's
the
kind of a
dollar.
good find.
I love all Jennifer McMahon, including Winter People, but The Invited was my favorite. Nice. Yeah, her new release sounds super cool. It's inspired by Frankenstein.
Ooh.
And the cover looks really cool. Yep, looks like The Night Sister is a thing.
Night Sister. Good. I didn't make it up. Sometimes I'm not sure where I pull information from.
Well, they're all like all these titles sound the same. Everything
Right.
has like the girl, sister, night,
Yeah.
winter, day. Just mix it all up. It's probably a book. Winter People so far just has an overall ominous feel, and there are some boring parts. One of the POVs annoys me though.
Mm.
I think someone else just said that too. They didn't like one of the POVs.
Yeah.
Jennifer McMahon has at least 9 books, but there's some short stories as well. Children on the Hill will be her 10th.
Wow, I didn't know she had that many.
Thank you. Yes. Cruel Summer. I knew someone would be able to know what I was talking about.
Someone
Yes.
had to know.
Cruel Summer. I had such a good time with that show. I watched One of Us is Lying, Cruel Summer, and then the and now I'm forgetting the name of the other show. It has completely evaded me. And then a show on Netflix. I watched them all at the same time because I was in a thriller kick and I didn't have any books that I wanted to read on my shelves at the time. It was such a good time. They're just like quick shows to watch, good mystery, good enough acting. Thank you. I'm glad someone could read my
somebody knew
mind.
it.
Elevation was so interesting. Pet Cemetery is my all-time favorite book. Yeah, Elevation's an interesting one. It's a guy just like continuously losing weight and floating into the sky.
Oh, I've heard that synopsis. Okay.
That's it. That's the whole book.
Yep.
Try the Girl Who Liked Tom Gordon. Is that a King one? I don't think I've heard of that.
Hmm.
I haven't heard of this one either. The Tommy Knockers?
I have heard of that one. I don't actually. I've heard the name. Shouldn't say
I've
I've
had
heard of it. Like
Stephen
I know
King
anything
once.
about it.
That's a cool little fact. That would be my fun fact meeting people. I high-fived Stephen King once. I read about 15 King books. 11/22/63 is my fave. I want to try his fantasy. Very curious.
How many books does he have out?
Oh my gosh, like at least 80. It's so much. If you go on his website, he'll
That's
have all
impressive.
of them listed and it is huge. And then that's just like novels. Then he has all these different short stories and the short story collections.
That's crazy.
He spits these stories out. Yeah, you win the gold star of the live show today for being able to know what show I was talking about. Has anyone watched that one satire thriller show on Netflix called The Woman in the House Across the Street from the Girl in the Window? Yes, I have. Did you watch it, Hannah?
I haven't watched it yet. No.
Yeah, I was talking about this in one of my live reading sprints in the past couple of weeks and asking people if they watched it and liked it. I didn't like it. Have you watched it, Exploder JC? What do you think of it? I thought it was just bad. You know, it was trying to be like funny bad. I thought it was just bad.
I don't know how I feel about like parodies like that.
Yeah, it's so bad. I mean, Kristen Bell's in it, so I'm like glad I watched it because I would have been curious about it if I hadn't. And I
Right.
wasn't miserable watching it. I kind of just put it on in the background. But yeah. Explore is confusing.
Exploder. Is that what she's saying?
Ah, yes. Yeah, we're talking about the show. Yeah, don't make fun of the genre and then make us enjoy it. Yeah. It was a weird time. Misery is the Best King. That's the one that I still want to read.
I feel like I would give Misery a shot.
Yeah.
The Long Walk seems weird. Like a
I don't know
weird.
what that one's about.
It's like, isn't it like a challenge where these like young boys have to do this like long walk, and if they stop walking, they die, they get shot or something?
Oh, like Squid Game.
Right, something like that. That's why like the whole concept seems. I don't know if it's a competition or like what the end goal of this long walk is.
So weird.
Yeah.
I didn't really take it seriously, but some moments were fun. Definitely not something I'll ever rewatch, and I'll probably forget about it soon. Yeah, you cannot take that show seriously. You just got to watch it for a good time. I'm sitting here silently suffering now, not knowing the Netflix show that I'm thinking of.
You have to have at least like the briefest or the barest synopsis so that somebody
This
can.
one, I remember the synopsis of this one. This one is the 8-episode limited series. And there's the guy who's like a husband, a dad, a father. He seems like he's great. But then a viral video goes viral of him on like a live stream holding up signs saying that he like kills women.
Oh,
Yeah. And then like if the video gets to 5 million views, they're going to kill him.
right.
And then
I've seen the
every
trailer for
episode
that.
you follow a different perspective. So you follow like his sister's perspective. Clickbait. Yes. Good job, people in the chat.
There we go. Gold stars all around.
That one's also really fun.
That seems like that. See, now it's the same kind of premise, but it's like the more views they get, the faster the person dies. So you're like watching a live stream of them.
A different thing?
Horrible situation. It's an older movie though, because I feel like I watched it in high school or early
Yeah, that sounds
college.
familiar. I don't know. We're clearly not the best with names.
No, and I feel like it has that woman that plays in Knights of Rodanthe. I don't know her name. I don't know anything apparently. She's like a detective. But yeah, it's like they're like tied up in these horrible situations, and like the more people click on it and more views it gets, the faster that person will die. That's
I'm
kind of what
Googling
Pucci
it.
sounded like for me. I don't know what it is. Somebody will get it. Somebody will
Untraceable?
get another gold star.
Is it untraceable?
Oh, I think so.
I don't think I've seen this or heard of this. Yeah,
I
it
would
says
recommend it then.
Special Agent Jennifer Marsh works in an elite division of the FBI dedicated to fighting cybercrime. She thinks she's seen it all until a particularly sadistic criminal arises on the internet. The tech-savvy killer posts live feeds of his crimes on his website, and the more hits the site gets, the faster the victim dies.
Yep. You should
Spooky.
watch that if you
Yeah,
like
that sounds
clickbait,
good.
because it's like similar. What's the word? Premises.
Yeah. Looks like it's on Hulu too. Oh, I forgot I had clicked on this comment. Yeah, I couldn't imagine how a whole novel could be about boys walking, but it was pretty intense. No description about the circumstances. Just another siren going by. No description about the circumstances surrounding it, though, so that wasn't fulfilling.
Oh, it's just them walking, and if they stop, they get killed.
And then you don't even get to
You
know
don't really know
why.
why they're walking.
Okay. Oh, it's one of his Richard Bachman books, how he published under the name Richard Bachman
Oh, okay.
for a couple years. 2 gold stars. My work here is done. The Deep and the Troop by Nick Cutter were trippy. Yeah, I haven't read The Deep, but The Troop was intense. And Diane Lane is her lady's name.
Diane something. I knew it, but I didn't want to say it and be completely wrong.
All right, well, I'm ready to be destroyed
Yes.
by the rest of this book. I think I can finish it in the next sprint, with just 30 pages left.
30 pages left. I think you can do it.
Oh, actually, I think it's 40, but I'll make it happen.
Okay.
All right, let me get the ambience back up and see everyone in another 30 minutes.
Ooh.
I got so close. I have 6 pages left.
Oh, dang. We could go for a little bit longer so you could finish it.
It's okay. I don't want to adjust the timer. It keeps auto-populating at 30 minutes, and that seems easier.
I passed the 150 mark. So, getting a decent chunk in. It's too
Still good?
ambitious for me to say that I could finish this before going to sleep.
Oh,
But
yeah.
I could get like over halfway, I think.
Oh, yeah. You're getting kind of close.
So,
Finishing
but
it
yeah,
would be
it's still
insane.
good so far. Finishing it would be
Nice.
insane. I don't think I can do that. That's too much.
No, you got to save some energy for tomorrow.
Yeah. I actually have to get up relatively early to go pick up my mom. I have to take her to her chiropractor appointment. Apparently she was in the ER today for pain
Oh,
because yeah, it
no.
was pretty bad. So, and she's taking like muscle relaxers, which is helping, but she can't drive when she's taking those. So, my poor mother.
Yeah. My mom's got really bad back problems too, and then she'll have to be on muscle relaxers too.
Yeah, hopefully they can
Just
kind of
gotta.
figure out what's going on. They said they just need to like adjust her and then she needs to get like a massage to fully relax her muscles. So,
Well,
she's
hopefully that
taking all
helps.
kinds of pain meds and stuff, so she can't drive.
Yeah, I have no plans for tomorrow other than reading all day.
Yeah, I'll be reading whenever she's in her appointment, whatever. And I'll probably have an audiobook for when I'm driving around because there'll be a lot of driving in the morning.
Yeah. Well, everyone joining and let us know how your reading went, how you got in your books. Mine's still really good. I think it's going to be a 5-star. I mean, I only have 6
Oh,
pages
yeah.
left, so I feel like I can
You
confidently
can
say that
confidently say that.
unless the next 6 pages screws up the entire story, but
Is
it's
it
5-star
still
energy.
getting more gruesome or gory?
Yeah, I feel like the first half gets increasingly gory. It starts sad and then it gets super gory and sad, and then the second half is just like straight up depressing and upsetting. And so I'm in that part of it now where
Is
I'm just
that
like,
bad that you saying that? I'm like, sounds like a book I want to read.
it's an effective horror novella. It does a lot in 100 pages and it evokes a lot of emotion and it just really portrays grief and motherhood and the sacrifices for your children and generational trauma from her relationship with her mother. And yeah, it's really good. I'm wondering if this author has other stuff because it's Laurel Hightower. I've never really heard of her. Oh, Josh
Mm.
Mallerman blurbed this. Interesting. But I'm going to have to see if she has other stuff. Apparently, her debut novel, Whispers in the Dark, was published in 2018.
What's it called? Crossroads?
Mm-hmm. She's a bourbon and beer girl, a fan of horror movies and true life ghost stories. Ah, Melissa got to the meaning of bunny.
Yeah.
Nice.
Just gets weirder from there.
Yep. And then the ending.
I kind of want to reread Bunny. It's been a few years. I think I read it in 2020. So it's been
Yeah, I
been a
definitely
little
read
while.
it before the pandemic. That's how I measure everything. If it was like pre-pandemic or during pandemic of when I read things. So it's
Yeah.
been a good 2 years for me too. I finished Confessions and started The Silent Companions. Was Confessions good the whole way through? Trying to decide if I want to pick it up. Reading God's Grave, and it's reading super slow. I got through 11 pages in 30 minutes. Well, hopefully it picks up for you.
That was my favorite one in the series.
Oh, what is that? I've never heard of it.
It's Nevernight.
Oh.
I really like God's Grave. I feel like I remember the beginning being a little bit slow, but I think it'll pick up for you. Hopefully.
Which one is that in the series?
The second.
I guess I didn't know the name of any of them except for Nevernight. I don't even know how many books are in that.
3. Nevernight, God's Grave, Dark Dawn.
Dark Dawn sounds familiar.
I really like that series.
I'm trying to think ahead too of what I want to pick up next
When you
since I'm getting
finish.
to finish this
Yeah, because
one.
you'll finish it in the next sprint for sure.
I'm kind of between these two, The Harpy and Perfect Days.
I kind of want you to read The Harpy because I want to know what you think of it.
Yeah, I feel like this one seems more intriguing. It does have such a low rating though on Goodreads
What's it
that I'm
at?
like, oh, it's like a 3.2 or something ridiculously
Oh,
low.
it's
This is like one of the
pretty
lowest rated
low.
books on my TBR in Goodreads.
Yeah, I'm curious after that description. Sounds really fascinating.
Oh gosh, Emily St. John Mandel blurbed this. She's
Uh-oh. Is
fine.
that bad?
Her books are just kind of boring.
Oh.
She said, a beautifully spare, haunting meditation on the persistence of life after catastrophe. I loved it.
Maybe they
We'll
just had
see.
her blurb it because it's life after catastrophe. That's like her books, isn't it?
Yeah, Station
I haven't read
11.
anything by her.
Yeah, Station 11's like post-apocalyptic. The
Mm.
other one, The Glass Hotel. I always want to call it The Glass Castle because there's that other book. The Glass Hotel is super weird, and I don't know. It kind of feels like it's about nothing the whole time. A
Ooh.
lot of it is about a Ponzi scheme. Yeah, it's just a weird one. Confessions, 3 stars for me. I would have been fine with it being a short story and ending after chapter 1. Oh, ouch. I think that one's just like 4 or 5 chapters, though. Like they're
Oh,
big pieces.
big chunks.
But yeah, I prefer horror in short form most of the time, too. I don't need a 600-page book. Just give me like 100 good pages. I started a Patterson book in his Cross series the other day and was in Goodwill today and found an earlier book in the series that was referenced, so I bought it and started reading, pausing the first. Oh, okay. Yeah, you're reading an earlier book. I was like, oh, so you're reading them out of order now? But nice. Is this support for the Harpy? Because I'll do it.
Do it.
Oh, another Hannah in the chat.
Hey! And it's spelled the right way. Palindrome. No shade if you don't have the H at the end. It's just... It's
You're
cool
just
with the
wrong.
H.
It is. The palindrome is cool.
It is.
Where do you find / bio your novellas? I'd like to add some to my shelves. I keep up with Tor a lot for most of my novellas. So
Tor has a ton of good novellas in like all genres too.
Out of the ones sitting right here, these 2 are Tor, Prosper's Demon, and Flyaway. This one's like fairy tale, gothic, fantasy vibes. This one's like demons, exorcism, maybe fantasy, historical. Yeah, this is fantasy, pitch dark, witty fantasy. So these are Tor. And then a lot of times I just find things by like clicking around on Amazon. Honestly, I feel like that's where I find books that I've never heard of, especially novellas. And I like to read novellas I've never heard of because I don't really want to know much about a novella before I read it. I just want to know the general vibe and then be surprised for 100 or 200 pages. But yeah, that's where I get a lot of them. Or like people recommend novellas a lot too. I just joined. Did they already sprint? Yeah, we've been going for 3 hours. We've done several sprints. I think we've got at least one more in us for the night. I read 28 pages of my book, and I have 22 pages left. Great. Hopefully you'll finish in the next sprint.
Yeah.
Big fan of your booktube channel here from Bangladesh. Thanks for joining.
Oh, wow.
Yes, support for the Harpy. I'm intrigued. It sounds so weird. Happy to be the guinea pig for this terribly rated book, and we'll see what happens. I didn't read. I rearranged my books so I can have a better idea of what I want to read. TBR shelves are getting out of control. I love to do that too. Sometimes I'm just like, it's time to rearrange the shelves. And it feels so satisfying just to reorganize things.
How do you arrange your TBR shelves? Like, do you do like most interested first and then, or do you arrange them by
Yeah.
genre?
Yeah, most of the books that I own right now in this home are unread versus read. Since we moved last summer, I have a lot of my books in storage at my mom's house that I have read. So most of the books I can see all the time are unread stuff. So this big bookshelf that's like in the background of my videos, the top one, two, three, four, the top three are fully unread, and then half of the next one. And that's all just like by genre, a mess. Like everything is sitting over there. And then I have a little table that's over near my TV where I put like my monthly TBR
Okay,
possibility pile of my most interesting. What
gotcha.
about you?
I keep them all in a cart.
Mm.
I don't have that many, so I don't really
Oh
organize them at
yeah,
all.
you always have like 5 unread books.
Yeah, I organize them by size. So the bigger books go on the bottom of the stack and the paperbacks go on top. There's 4 over there
I
right now.
I aspire to be you when I grow up. Just finished reading This Poison Heart by Kaylin Bayron. 5 stars for me. Awesome.
Awesome.
How do you spell that? Tor? It's Tor. Their publishing house is called Tor.com, like all spelled out, like Tordotcom, but it's also just like you can search Tor.com to get to there. Um, yeah, they're great. I follow them on Instagram. They're really good about posting releases on Instagram, announcing them early. They do a lot of stacks of their novellas, and then I go and I screenshot those, and I'm like, which ones have I not read yet?
Yeah, a lot of the novellas that I have that I love are Tor. Tor.
Mm-hmm.
I said that really weird.
They
I'm pretty sure
also
the Murderbot Diaries are Tor as well.
They are, and they do a newsletter every month where they send you a free book. Like you can download a digital ebook copy or whatever of a free book from them. And The Murder Bot was one of it one
Oh,
time.
I didn't
But
know
you have to
that.
be
I don't think
quick.
I'm signed up for
You have
their
to,
newsletter.
yeah, sign up. You get a free book each month. But
Yeah,
you have to be quick. If you don't download it within the first like however many days or something, then it
it goes
expires.
away.
I learned that the hard way. Palindromes for the win. Like a mountain looking logo. Is it?
I feel like some of them have. Some of them have a little rocket ship
Yeah, they're all
logo,
different. This
and then
one,
some of them
no,
just say Tor.com. Yeah.
yeah, these are both. They're like all
Yep.
different. And then the Shauna McGuire books are like that with a little rocket ship. Also Tor.
And they, well, at least for some of them, they do the little rocket ship like imprint on the front cover, like
Oh,
embossed. Is that the right word for that? Like pressed into the cover.
that sounds about right. Oh yeah, I've never
Yeah.
seen that before. Well, that was terrible. I don't know if you can see this.
A little. Yeah. There you go.
That's neat. Oh, and then the rocket ship's like way bigger on this
Yeah.
one.
It's
Learn
kind of
something
funny
new
though
every
that
day.
they switch up like the logo.
Yeah, it's really inconsistent.
Yeah. Some of them it's like the rocket ship and then it's just like Tor.com.
I've always thought about, I will probably never do this, but I've always thought it could be interesting to organize my bookshelf by
Publisher.
publisher or like imprint because you can always see it on the bottom of those. I'm like, it would be
Yeah.
cool to just like do that and then glance at it and see which publishing house do I have the most success with.
That would be a really cool video.
Yeah, it would be. Mark that down.
Yeah, that would be a cool video. And then being like, okay, how many of these ones that I have of Tour
Hmm.
or St. Martin's Press or whatever, like, have I actually
Yeah, because
enjoyed?
with some things, like I feel like I pick up a lot of Dutton's books, but I don't know if I always like their stuff or if I just pick them up because of Riley Sager, because I think he
Right.
publishes under Dutton.
Yeah.
And then Celadon, that's another big one. I can't see any more from here. But yeah, that could be interesting.
That would be really interesting.
Love the Murderbot Diaries so much.
I stopped at the one that's like a full-length novel, whichever one that is.
Oh.
I read the first 4 or 5. I think it's 4 that are like novella length. And then I stopped because the next one was full length, and I was like, oh, I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah, that's weird.
The 5th one, Network Effect, is 350 pages. I still want to read it, but it's like I
That's
really
not
like
something
the
you just
novella.
pick up. Yeah.
Right. And like the next one, the 6th book, is back to like 160 something pages. So maybe I'll trick myself and be like, okay, I read the first half. That's book 5.
It's like 2
Read the
novellas.
second half. Yeah.
Oh, weird. All of yours have a mountain. I don't know if I've ever seen a mountain with Tor stuff. I can't even like envision that in my
I can't
mind.
think of any. Are you US? Do you live in the US? Does that make a difference?
I just Googled it and it. Oh, wait, what? They have
Wait,
so many
is it
different
Tor
logos.
Fantasy Mountains?
Oh, maybe.
Because that might be a thing. Why am I
They
looking at
updated.
It's not gonna.
I'm looking at articles from Tor. They updated their logo in 2015. That was like a 35-year celebration, and it's the mountain picture in that one. And then in a 2009 article, it's talking about Stubby, which is the rocket.
Stubby.
Tor is a word from Old English meaning the peak of a rocky hill or mountain.
That would make sense. I have 3 of the Wheel of Time books, the like mass market old school looking paperbacks, and I think they have the mountain, but it says specifically Tor Fantasy, and then it has the mountain.
Yeah,
So
I saw that one too from Googling. I didn't realize they've been around so long either.
Yeah.
Yes, we will be doing more sprints this weekend. We're going to be on Hannah's channel tomorrow at what time?
4 p.m. Central Time. I don't know what that is. That would be
so 5 p.m.
5 p.m.
Eastern
Time.
Or 2 p.m. Pacific.
That's impressive that you know that. I wouldn't have guessed that.
I work with a lot of remote people. So I have to know, like, my West Coast people, it's like 6 a.m. for them when I'm messaging them. I used to not ever be able to remember it. But after working from home, now it's just ingrained.
My brother lives in Virginia, so I always know that there's an hour time difference, but sometimes I mess up if they're earlier or later than what I am.
But yeah, we'll be on Hannah's channel tomorrow, so make sure you subscribe, set your reminders. So worth it to quick read for a full length.
I definitely want to. Maybe this is the push I needed to finally read it, because it's been a while since I've read a Murderbot book.
I didn't realize there were so many. I knew there was like at least 3. But I didn't know it was still going.
I think there's only 6 out right now.
Only 6?
The 7th one doesn't have a published date yet. The 6th one came out April of last year, so the next one's probably going to come out later this year.
Denise, hers are from the 90s, and she said maybe it's her husband's books too. Yeah, they've just had so many different logo variations that it must be depending on the year.
They just do whatever they feel like.
They can. They're Tor.
Yeah.
I was glancing back up at my tabs. You know, you can see like a preview of what you've typed. So I was going to close out the Tor Mountain logo one. And the last thing I have open from searching is movie with people dying.
from Untraceable?
Yeah.
Are you found it from that?
There was like more typed out, but that's all I could see in the clip in the top tab thing.
That's funny.
Hello, Cecilia.
Hello, welcome.
Shout out to the YouTube algorithm for doing its job. All right, ready to do at least one more sprint. Finish my book. Get the last couple pages.
There's 6 pages left.
And then Harpy. I was like, where did that go? then I'll start this one. I'll let you know how it's
starting.
beginning. Yep.
Sounds good.
All right. See you all in 30.
I wasn't prepared for that one. It scared me.
I can even be looking at it and it's still, I forget how loud it is every single time. Welcome back, everyone. Let us know how your reading sprint went. I did finish Crossroads, the last 6 pages of it.
Yay.
5-star. I feel comfortable. 5-star. Pretty good.
Nice.
Definitely
2
recommend.
5
Definitely will
stars
be.
to start out the readathon.
I know, and it's crazy because I have only had 1 5-star read this year before this. And I've been like suffering because I've read like 20 books. Only one of them has been a 1-star, or not a 1-star. This is my midnight brain. Only one of them has been a 5-star, and I've been like dying for another 5-star book. And now I just got 2 in a row, which like never happens. And then The Harpy, I started this one. I'm 40 pages in because it's written in like vignettes apparently, so it's going really fast.
Oh.
And I really like this too. So
it's a good start. This is a good start for you.
Yeah, I definitely see why people don't like it. It's one of those books, like there's not quotation marks on dialogue. It's written in vignettes. It's very much like a woman reflecting on being a mother and a wife and being angry. So I see why people don't like it, but I'm intrigued so far.
Good. I am very close to the 200 page mark now. I'm 194, so I'm getting close to halfway. I don't know. It feels like a 3-star right now. It's just like fine.
Oh no. Yeah.
So
that's what I told you. Is I hear people either love it or they're just like, it's okay.
Yeah, I'm feeling like it's just fine.
Or at least it doesn't suck.
Yeah.
Have you read Genocide or Starship Troopers? I certainly have not.
I haven't either.
Sorry, we cannot be of help. Made it to page 156, so it will end like this. Nice, Kim. Finished the 5th Zodiac Academy book. I'm definitely not okay after that ending and need to read book 6 right away to know what happens next. I love that.
Those are the best ones because you just get to keep going. Mm-hmm. If it's out.
I think it is, if it's not out, that sucks. Yeah, I think Zodiac Academy's older, I think.
Is it?
I don't know. Yeah, this is our mini official readathon, I suppose. We're doing a 24-hour readathon. We started 8 p.m. Eastern today to 8 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, join along if you want to be part of a 24-hour readathon. We'll be on Hannah's channel tomorrow for some more sprints to close it out. Mm-hmm. It's great. I hope it's a 5-star too. Yeah, me too. That would be insane to have 3 5-star reads in a row. I'm so harsh too. I hardly ever give out 5 stars. I have 10 pages left of Girl A, and now that it finally revealed something important, it got better. However, I don't think it's enough to make it higher than a 3-star read. Yeah. You probably know if you're in the last 10 pages
what your rating's going to be.
Yeah. Reading the 4th book of the month. Nice. What are you reading? Yay for more reading sprints. All right. Well, I'm proud of us. We went 4 hours. We read a lot.
4 hours.
We'll be back tomorrow, but I need to sleep.
Yeah, I'm getting tired. It's only 11 here, so I think I'm going to stay up till midnight. 1 more hour. Maybe only a half hour. I'm going to get halfway at least, and then I need to go to bed too.
The Player Next Door, Romance by K.A. Tucker.
Oh.
Yeah, thanks for joining, everyone. Hopefully we'll see you all tomorrow on Hannah's channel at 5 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Central, 2 p.m. Pacific. There's probably another time zone in between there. Oh, hey, Katie. We're just ending.
What timing?
Maybe you can scroll it back to the beginning and give it a rewatch. But we are going to be on Hannah's channel tomorrow night. So maybe you can catch us over there 5 p.m. Eastern and join us for more reading sprints.
Woo!
But yeah, thank you, everybody. Hopefully, we'll see you tomorrow and have a good rest of your night.
Thanks for joining.